Sorry for the late. Wait, everyone. Words are hard. Ugh. Yes. Hello. Pepperine Young. Hello, Chaparine. How are you? Hello, indeed. Did I just hear a cat? Oh, it's probably just hearing things. But yes, hello. I can assure y'all that I did take my Adderall. It just took me a long time to use the bathroom. So, this is the schedule for this week. Today, which is Monday, I'm doing Patchouli's Revenge and unrelated characters silliness. Tuesday and Friday is going to be the everything, nothing on Wednesday, and I'll be doing some character portrait content for Patchouli's Revenge on Thursday. But yeah. I'm just... Oh. Hold on, let me just move that down. Which means I'm probably going to bump into it on accident a few times. But let me go to Patchouli's Revenge. And I believe it's this? Because yes, the very first thing I'm doing is anatomy. And this is kind of like the sketch that I'm going for. This is kind of like the base. And I kind of just like loosely traced over it. This is like the default bottle in Clip Studio Paint. And first, I think I need to do that. Make sure the ears stay pointy. And erase that. Yeah. And to clarify, this is kind of like generally where horn placement can go. Now, the most common place is, you know, like a little bit above the ears. Anyway. actually have this blank ass document. Which I'm going to place a divider with a 5-pixel line. And I'm just going to have it be black. And center a line. And this is going to be what separates the eastern and western Castras. And one of the things I need to do is like have like a proper reference for the, you know, I'm not really sure. But yeah. This is Osmi's profile. This is the crystal form of Osmanthus, the Shuijing. She currently does not have any other references other than that. And her outfit sheet, which is currently blank. But there's also this. Which is a reference for the Skuldkirken clergy cloth. And it has a bunch of notes here. Like, oh, these details are embroidered. This is enamel, and this is braided thread. But I think I'm going to go and use this and smooth it over. And for anyone wondering, Shelly, what is the progress that you have made on the book cover? Here it is. If you're wondering what some of this is, it's reflected light. And it's something that happens with like shadows and stuff. I tried to add a little bit of it to the end of her hair, but I don't think it fully came out as well as I wanted to. Like, I don't think I translated it well. But I'm going to have this. I'm going to place this on multiply. And this is what it would look like if I put it at 100%. But instead I'm going to have it be approximately like 70% so that it's visible. And I currently have... I actually did try to do the embroidery here at one point, but I couldn't figure out the best way to go with it. So I just removed it. It was on its own layer anyway. Because it's, you know, meant to look somewhat different. But eventually I plan on figuring out how to do all the colors for the stained glass over here. Excluding the leading, maybe. But I'm gonna save that. And I'm going to add another line. Like here. There we go. And this is the other version of her hair. It's like fully down. I'm just gonna put down the sketch and put it all into its own folder. And over here, I'm going to grab the Skullkirken uniform. And I'm going to use my Suka pen, which is kind of this. It's technically like a pencil, which is like... Probably this would be better if I were to... If I wanted to add like texture. But I wanted to keep this... I want to keep my sketch sort of plain and have all the texture go, you know, here. Where all of the line art is. With all of this line variation and all that. But first, I think I need to fix a little bit of this. And for anyone curious as to why I just have these hastily drawn things that is like meant to represent a bra and underwear, it's like just censorship. So nobody thinks that the character is completely nude. That she's still somewhat covered. And besides, she's going to be both of these like areas here are pretty much going to be covered up anyway by all of her outfits. I'm using this line and this one down here. And that shall represent the cloak's collar. And the cloak kind of goes down to the elbow. Like that. So it goes down here. And then there's a pretty thick line a very thick seam allowance here, and that's because this is where more of the embroidery goes. And yeah. Also, apparently art fight is officially over. I wouldn't really know, because I don't really do art fight anyway. Like, I'm not the kind of artist who participates in art fight. I don't think I've ever gone to the actual site itself either. And for anyone wondering, Skelly, how come you've never done art fight before? I just never really felt like it. It's just that art fight's never been something I've been interested in, let's just say. And art fight seems a little overwhelming because essentially the goal is to make art of as many characters on the opposite team's roster as possible to get the most amount of points for your team. And I'm just like, I just don't feel like doing the pressure for that. It would be a good opportunity for me to kind of learn different characters and stuff. As I learned recently, apparently my little cousin, who is an adult by the way, she recently graduated from high school. So she's like my age when I started VTubing. She is on Art Attack 2. And I just think it would be a little awkward to accidentally get an art attack by my own cousin. Like, I think it would be way too awkward for me. Just in my opinion, that is. It just feels awkward to get an art attack of like, and be like, hey, I recognize this person. Oh, that's my cousin's social media. How do I explain this to them? And I'd like to mention that this cousin of mine has a twin sister. I have both of their numbers. But I don't remember which cousin it is. It's probably the one that I've texted. And to like, talk about, computer stuff. I just think it would be awkward to just text them randomly and be like, hey, you know about Art Attack? I think you accidentally attacked one of my characters and didn't even realize that you did Art Attack on your own cousin. Just, that would be awkward, in my opinion. Like, I feel like it would be like one of the biggest, most chaotic moments. Like, out of all the things you can possibly do, imagine accidentally making fan art of a character and it turns out that the person who created that character is your own cousin. It probably won't be as awkward as having a family member that doesn't realize that you're an author, and they actually they read your book without realizing that they're actually related to the author, because they use a pseudonym. Just imagine how awkward it would be. Like, people do art attack, thinking, hey, I don't think I'll ever really encounter any of my family on this thing for this event accidentally. Then boom, you get a text from your cousin saying, hey, you accidentally did an art attack on my character, and I don't think you realize that I am your cousin, but I know that we're cousins. Just imagine how awkward that would be. That would be awkward as hell. I guess I have to end my tangent because ads have started. And I forgot to dismiss any of them. Let me just add a center line to this, so that I can figure out how to do the eye embroidery. And I'm just gonna stretch out and stuff. Yeah, I just want to get the church outfit done, at least do the line art for it. So I am just going to wait. Let me just put that in. So y'all aren't gonna miss any ads. I just did a big dum-dum. So nothing hopefully is going to really be missed. If I do accidentally do anything throughout, it's either because I hyper-focused, or I forgot that ads were even happening. That, or it's just really, really boring and insignificant, so I just do it through the ads. Because in the end, it's not that significant of a step. And that's usually me if I'm correcting any line art color. Or like any color at all. I probably need to make a custom message for Stereo-Bot one of these days. Just like saying, you know, like, I usually stop what I'm doing when ads roll. I just start reacting or doing something off screen. But y'all are back from ads now. And I just realized that I accidentally blundered this thing. And it's probably not even going to be all that visible anyway because of the braid. But anyway. I need to eventually make a custom brush for this pattern because I'm going to be using that pattern very often. Sorry about that. This isn't the 37 sneeze. I actually sneezed like twice in the past few streams and forgot to actually log them in. Yeah. Congestion go bleh. Bleh. Big. But yeah. I'm going to... Actually, hold on. I have the old version of this. And... let me just... So, a little detail I'm going to mention here is that in this world, shoes often have like naturally very wide soles. And it's in order to prevent toe crowding. Just make sure that they are still able to spread on themselves, spread it on their own. And all that. So let's get started on some line art. Indeed, I will. But yeah. Actually, I'm going to use this. And it's just so I don't have to like bother trying to make all the details perfect when I can just use a line tool. Some of this is also going to be obscured by the hair anyway. Because she usually has her hair in braids when, you know, she's in clergy mode. just do that. I'm going to erase this as well. And I'm going to... hold on. That did not actually apply the name of the layer. But I'm going to... do this. Erase where it's not meant to go. And merge it down. Hello Skitty, hi chat, how are ya? I'm doing quite well. Right now I'm just doing a little bit of this. I'm kind of just working on the reference sheet for Patchouli's outfits. I'm just using this curve tool, so I don't have to constantly do all of these over and over again. Because honestly, that's just a little too annoying for me to want to do constantly. So I'm just doing this. Does it lead to not having a lot of line variation in the lines? Yes, I am fully aware. But is it easier for me to do this? Also, yes. Let's just transfer that. And I'm also going to do this. And then I'm going to use like this as well. And merge those down. And I'm going to try and use line variation in just a single line. And I'm also doing stuff like this to like show a little bit of variety. And let's just do this as well. And I'm going to have this represent the seam allowance. Wait, no, not the seam allowance, the seam. For that. Let's just turn it back to 5. And eventually, hey chat, I'm going to figure out how to do some of this. Like, in a way that makes this an easier process. And that is mostly going to entail me like figuring out how to like do some of the line art and stuff. Like, I need to, of course, figure out how to make a pattern brush in Clip Studio Paint. That's like the important thing. So, merge those down, merge it down to the line art, and then I can do this. And for this part, I usually try to adhere closely to the sole of the foot. And then for the bottom part of the shoe, I go a good bit, like a few pixels down, like 10 or so pixels down or more, depending on how big my canvas is. And that helps with, figuring out the proportions of the shoes. But yeah. I'm going to also do an embroidery guide. And essentially, I figure out where the center, the top, and the bottom of the embroidery is. I try to make sure that it's as even as possible. And then when I do the embroidery, it's just as simple as, like this. So it's like that. And of course, you can also make this easier by using a line tool, like the curve tool. But I didn't feel like doing that, so I'm doing this by hand. And this shall be the guide I use for the embroidery. And I did this for the book cover as well. Of course, it didn't really work with this part because it has like a unique curve. So because of that, I am going to probably have it be a straight line, and then I'm going to mesh transform it before tracing over. But that is the embroidery guide. So I changed the color figure out the center line. Sometimes you have to redo it a bit. And just... Actually, in this case, I might need to do this, like, these two a bit separate. So... Center... Upper... and lower. And then I figure out the embroidery from there. And I'm gonna start with this. Of course, they sometimes end up being either top or bottom heavy. But honestly, that's alright. But eventually I'll like try and make like some kind of texture. Like in a 3D modeling software like Blender or something. To hopefully like figure out how to do this. But yeah. So I'm just gonna do that one. Then I believe this is one. But yeah. But yeah. These end up being slightly bigger or smaller. But that's okay. Because sometimes this can be a little finicky. But anyway. I'm gonna do a little bit of this as well. And I'm going to copy and then paste. Then I can move this over to here. And now I'm going to erase a good chunk of this line art. And I'm going to use the selection pen for this as well. that I don't have to like bother too much with everything. And I'm going to delete. And everything down here can also be erased. Oh, that is the seam allowance. And now here. I'm actually just going to erase this side. And there we go. And I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to grab, delete, and then do that. But yeah. I'm going to once I, of course, pop this on. I'm going to pop in all these colors. To the best of my ability. And I'm going to do my intermission, run out and all that, and then I'll return to doing whatever I plan on doing. And then I do this. But yeah, I'm just gonna pop all of these colors on. quickly that. But yeah. Once ads are over, I will correct this color. Or at least the most egregious parts of the color. But first I will run my intermission. Cause your girl needs to take a small break. I shall be back. Welcome back, Ebony Nyang. I'm kind of experiencing a bit of sensory stuff. Like, I am feeling very sensory seeking. So I have a haiku. I'm going to eat it as I draw. Well, as I correct all the colors here. Just give me a moment. Alright. I believe I have corrected all the colors. So, I can cross out that from the to-do list. But yeah. Now, I think I'm going to work on this. which is, I'm going to start off with I'm going to do a curve and like 7 points. And I'm going to copy and paste. There's more vertically. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to use mesh transformation. In order to do this. Alright. So hold on. I think this is pretty good-ish. At least I think so for this. And now I can go to this. And there we go. And the reason why I wanted to redo this is because originally it looked a little wonky. So instead of just trying to do this all by hand again, I'm just gonna use the mesh transform in order to do that. And then I'm going to add the base color back. Use rounded edge. But yeah. Alright, I forgot this is on multiply. What the hell is through? So that is shading 2. Oh. So that's what it was. It was just an error. And I'm going to put this back on multiply. So maybe this needs to be a little more blurred. Like a lower opacity. Or maybe I need to make that smaller. Which let me just delete. And then I'm just going to make this a little smaller. And I'm just gonna use a strong blur. In order to kind of do that, I think I'm going to remove the reflected light here, because I don't think it makes much sense for that to be there. But yeah. But I think I'm also going to add a bit of reflective light to this ribbon over here as well. Like, it's going to be very subtle since it's beige, but I want to try and at least make sure it at least shows up a tiny bit. I still also need to figure out how to do the subsurface scattering. But yeah. So to kind of explain what I'm doing, if I basically remove everything other than like all of this sort of stuff, you can kind of see where I placed all of these like splotches of color. This is what's referred to as reflected light. And it's essentially like reflection from the surface of the shadow. Like, I did find a good Clip Studio Paint tutorial on it, which and so essentially there's this guy on Clip Studio Paint, and this is the reflected light. As you can see, it comes from the surface that the ball here is on. It reflects back onto the object. So you see a slight pinkish hue. And that is kind of what I wanted to try and emulate here. At least a little bit. But I'm gonna do a little bit of this. Let's change the opacity back. And you can see that it kind of helps with, you know, making the light, everything here just a little better. And I'm going to put this as through. And then I'm going to clip it. Oh, apparently I can't really do that with the clipping. But essentially, this is kind of like the idea for this. I still have yet to figure out how to do the colors here, or the, you know, stained glass. I'm probably going to try and make it some kind of lightish pink. Maybe, probably. But the idea here is that I wanted to try and add, like, visual interest. Like, the stained glass and Patchouli are kind of like the main focus. It's a very central composition. And then of course you have the text over here, which will eventually change in the future. There's a total of 5 hours on this document. But if I remove the texture, this is what the stained glass looks like. And I can change some of this color and use like additional color sets as well. I didn't realize that this was the exact same color. But essentially, my idea is like have this either be pink or purple. And then it kind of like adds a bit of the central point of light. I'll probably use some effects here as well. Like maybe some god rays as well. And then the background, I wanted to try and make it like... I want to try and have the background be like... maybe sort of muted. And if I kind of do this and like that. I think it looks nice. Of course, I might do like a little bit of playing with the colors. Like maybe have the center be like kind of bright. But something I could also do is like have a bit of a warmish tone. That kind of helps with, you know, everything here. No contrasting. But I'm going to add this. That's going to be the color of the leading. But yeah, I think this is going on to look pretty nice. But I'm gonna let ads run as I prepare some other stuff. So I'll be back. These ads are gonna happen in like a minute, and I don't feel like doing any snoozing for the ads. So I'm just gonna let it roll. As I like air. Something else. And of course, both my nut glove and one of my compression gloves fell onto the ground as I got up. Whoop-de-doo. Anyway, I'm running ads now. think I'm going to make a new reference sheet. And I'm going to save this as book anatomy. And I'm going to make another, overwrite this with making another version called Kristra Anatomy. But yeah. That will end in about a minute, so I'm just gonna do a small menial task. We just wait for ads to end. And once ads end, I'll start making an anatomy ref sheet. Or at least making a concept for one. Cause that's something that can be done. But yes, welcome back, Ebony Nyang. Meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. But yeah. So I'm going to go to this and I'm going to make some small little concepts. And the reason why I'm kind of like drawing the chibi here is like it's technically meant to represent a baby. Not fully sure how to draw babies. But yeah. I think I do have like a reference. Like in my references board on Pinterest for human anatomy. Here we go. So And I'm probably going to use Patchouli, or probably like Dahlia as a reference for this. And but yeah. I'm just gonna draw all of them as like, draw this as a swaddled baby. I'm just gonna draw them in a swaddle position. And this is just the baby sage. And there's also the so this is the baby stage. And they slowly become less compressed. But still sort of like young. Wait, no. So imagine this is like a child. Like a pubescent. And this is what a pubescent child would probably look like. So the horns on their head are now less lump. They're less like soft lumps and more like big bumps. often start taking shape. Sometimes they will look asymmetrical. And then adolescence. Usually this is when the horns start to set in to their actual shape. And along with that, their ears tend to get longer around puberty. So during their growth spurts, not only do their horns grow, but so do their ears. But usually the horns are still not fully grown in. So they usually look like this. Let me just raise that up. Yeah. So this is usually, so that is adolescent. They usually there's usually a bit of growing pains. So they tend to get sore or a bit of discomfort around the base of their horns. And then adulthood. And this is, the adult hoop Volk. But yeah. Okay, stream did not work itself. This is good. And yeah, this is just the pipeline of how Kristra's, grow from freshly born to adulthood. I'll eventually make a proper, thing. Maybe, there's probably, going to be some notes here where mentioning, at when younger, or usually Kristra, who folks have lighter hair than their adult, themselves, when they're fully grown. Which is why here, Patchouli's hair is lighter. It's because usually around, adolescence is when their hair starts really solidifying its color. All of the, at birth. So... And then... And that's just the notes that I'm going to make for that. So it goes from baby, prepubescent, adolescent, and adult. And I'm going to add something else here. Which is... going to be a bit of a note. And a small note on hoop anatomy. Specifically when it comes to the back. It looks relatively organized right now, but essentially extra limbs. Which are able to kind of compress. Into the body. They're very stretchy, very flexible. But yeah. Indeed, I will. Yeah. Eventually I'll try and make a proper reference But this is all I'm going to really add for that for now. But yeah. My ADHD is very much trying to prevent me from doing what I want to do. Bleh. I think I'm actually gonna start my intermission and ads early. And like, I probably need to use the bathroom again. That's probably it. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Anyway, I'm back. They're sort of fighting for my life in the bathroom. I am going to work on Fennel's ref sheet. So just put all that there. And we move that over here. And I think it's so I'm gonna remove all of this. And but yeah. I'm just gonna move a good chunk of this. Because, don't really need it. I don't know why I kept that. But I'm going to also do that. But now I need to figure out something. And that is... So I believe it's... Can I just do negative? Or is it for this? Okay. So it's that. Let me just... I'll remove all of this. And... Hello, meow. Hello, meow, indeed. Hello. Yes, hello. How are you? Is it this? Yeah, it is this. Now that the cat is on my chest and not my lap. I thought it was on my lap. Meow meow. Nope. This is just a t-shirt. This is just a t-shirt design. Sort of. That's why I can really describe it. How I do well. Apparently I'm going on a trip to Canada with my family this year. Which might go disastrously. That booty look great, art is good, yeah. He's double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon. But yeah. So I need to flip this horizontally. And do that. And what I'm going to be doing here is that I'm going to kind of be working on stuff related to this character. His name is Fennel Pappenheim. And he is essentially a private investigator. Sort of. Essentially, he investigates paranormal phenomenon and figures out the best way to kind of deal with it. His background is that he is, you know, kind of he was trained to be a social worker. So a lot of what he knows is how to de-escalate situations. Let me just add the little hee theme. But yeah. I'm gonna erase a lot of this. And that kind of like shows up on the front. And this is his back reference. So of course it looks slightly edited, as it is. And I gave his shoulders a bit more of a slope. Compared to his usual reference. But yeah. Well, how goes? It goes well. My family is also planning a trip on going... because we're going to Canada in December. For like a week. And for anyone wondering, Skelly, where are you going to be going? The Canadian side of the Niagara Falls. Yeah. Kinda sucks. But, you know, spending time with family and stuff. But it's going to happen, like, hopefully a few weeks after my, classes end. My dad originally planned on us going, like, in the middle of my semester, but obviously since I'm, you know, going to be in the middle of my classes during that time, we have to delay it to December. Very nice twip, yeah. In fact, I've already been doing a little bit of research on like gluten-free places and like stuff that I could possibly do. And I'll probably like try and take a few pictures. There's a while I'm there. Keyword is try. Not gonna let you barely take pictures when you go anywhere. Me too. And usually when I do take pictures, it's of like random stuff. Like, I think when I went to my great-grandpa's funeral, one of the few things I kind of took pictures of was just bottles of cream from a Quick Trip. Same, lol. Yeah. Hold on, do I have those pictures downloaded on my computer? I do. Hold on, let me go get them up, actually. So, this is one of the pictures I took while I was visiting Wisconsin for my grandpa's funeral. And here's something I'd like to mention. they used those same bottles for the drinkable milk and chocolate milk and stuff. They also had like a milkshake flavor as well. But I just found it so funny that for the creamers, like the coffee creamers, they put them in the same bottles as the chocolate milk. It's just infinitely funny to me. But anyway. I am feeling very mucusy. And of course, I'd like to mention that when Head Pet Redeem, when I figure out how to kind of do it with VTube Studio. Because I want to take my time. I'm no rush. Yeah. I just know that eventually I need to start setting up all of the redeems and stuff. For my, you know. All my, VTubing shenanigans. But yeah. I think there is like a head pet thing that I can use like for the redeem. But anyway. I already have a good amount on already, so that's okay. Yeah. I already have a good amount of redeems. Just for some of the model-specific redeems, I have to set them up somehow in VTube Studio. That's what the main thing I need to do. It was set up the VTube Studio redeems. I'll probably have to like ask some people that I know how they do it, or like consult an online tutorial. But anyway, Fennel's reference sheet has a complete back reference. I know it looks boring, but yeah. So, it's gonna happen in like 8 minutes. I think I'm actually gonna snooze them real quick. And I'm going to grab myself some more water. So, be right back. Where's my water? Now I gotta put my gloves. Yippee indeed! So, one of the other things I have in my to-do list is I need to do the back reference for Osme here. Which I'm probably going to like just duplicate this. Flip horizontal. Move it over here. And then I'm going to use the camera. Add a negative. And then you shall be back. You need to run some errands. Alright, go run those errands. I forget that with this it becomes a little more complex. And here we go. Maybe did I even have if I well, guess I probably need to redo some of this. Which means might need to there we go. I'm going to kind of start tracing over this. Yeah, luckily where some of this is like relatively simple. But yeah. But yeah. And I hear my brother. Oh boy. But yeah. And so I think I'm going to actually, no, that's not really gonna work. So I'm going to move this. And I'm probably going to completely redraw all this. Like, I'm probably going to, in regards to all this, I'm going to just delete those and, you know, just completely redraw everything. Only, like, using the original as a guide. And but yeah. I'm just gonna do this. I think here I'm going to do that. No, instead. But which let me change the light source. And here we go. And erase. Oops, and that has started. Oh well. Let me just do some of that. I'm just going to continue doing some sketching. Anyway, I'm gonna stop for now. Oh. I got that message a little too late because I was busy drawing. But yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the ads to end in the next minute. And I'm going to continue working on all of this. So yeah. But anyway, welcome back, Ebony Young. So apparently my dad doesn't know why he texted me when he knows that I am live to try and let a cat into my room. But yeah. So apparently my dad was just too lazy to get up and go open my door to let the cat in. He wanted to go into my room. But anyway, let's merge those. Wait, no, not yet. Let's merge it down. But yeah. I'm gonna start doing part of the line art right over here. At the very least, I'm going to do part of the hair and stuff. And here we go. Here we go. But yeah. And let's now get all this done. To the best of my ability. And there we go. Eventually I will redraw the tail and horns over here. Just right now I'm focusing on all this. Oops. I meant to switch to the other side of my stylus and I ended up just dropping it instead. I accidentally merged it down to the Khrushchev traits. But anyway, look at that. So maybe something like that. I think so. And I'm probably gonna do like a little hole. Actually, no. Yeah, like that. But let's do that. And here we go. Now, but yeah, I'm just gonna completely redraw all of this. Yeah. Let's do all that. Yeah, I'm probably going to finish all the line art. And then do an intermission and then start doing some other stuff. Forgot about that. But yeah. But anyway. And oops. And Mhm. Here we go. Mhm. All right. But yeah. Let's grab her skin tone and just pop it on. But yeah. That is pretty good progress. Albeit I had to just completely redraw that for the back reference. But that is now done. We're getting close to the final hour of stream. Ugh. So I definitely need to get up and stretch. Ugh. But yeah. That reference is done. think I'm gonna do an intermission now. So I'll return in a few minutes. I'll be running ads. Just gotta get up, stretch my legs a bit, and then I'll return and do more drawing. I'm back. Also, hello, Notabot. How are you? I hope you're doing well. So, to recall from last time, before the intermission, we pretty much did all of that, which was like pretty much a complete redraw. So it looks different. And yeah. I'm going to work a little bit on this character. I still have to refine her a little bit, but she's my Date Everything OC. Her name is Tori. Because I can't really justify naming her Tortoiseshell. But that's probably her nickname. But yeah. And yeah. I'm gonna make a little chibi of her. That isn't that. It took me a while for me to figure out how to do her hair. But it literally took me stumbling upon a fucking Uma Musume post on Tumblr to realize how to do her hair. Because to kind of explain, my idea for her was to like have some like front bangs that had like a bit of ringlets. And there is one character, there's like two characters in Uma Musume who kind of have something similar going on. So I mostly took inspiration from one of them in order to kind of do her hairstyle. And I'm just doing a simplified chibi of her. So that I can, you know, figure out how I'm going to really do this. Yeah. And I did make a few peekers of her before, like, trying to figure out her full design. But yeah. But yeah. I'm just gonna do a lot of this. But yeah. This is going to be the hair. Now, her outfit. Which I'm going to use this. And going to look like this. And she's kind of like wearing a comfortable outfit. Like this. Let me just put those in here. But yeah, that's going to be like the concept for her. And as I did not really name any of these layers because I didn't feel like it. And this is kind of like meant to be what her outfit looks like. This is kind of like my take on what the Fantastic Red shirt could look like depending on the character. I kind of gave her a bunch of warm tones. I like her design. But yeah. I gave her kind of like a blackish, like a dark brown color for part of this part of the top and also the pants. And this is kind of her hair color. And also the color of her eyes. But yeah. But yeah. This is Tori, my Date Everything OC. And she is very tired. She would like a nap. Actually, no. There we go. That is her. I kind of just wanted to get that out of the way before like working on anything else. Also, I think next week might be my last full week of like weekday streaming. Cause I think I have to go up on a trip like on the final week. In like mid-August. Like I have to go up to buy some computer stuff for my cousins. So that's something that I'll probably have to do. I think I'm going to make the... like... this? Or is that a little too saturated? I'll probably have to ask someone for their opinion on what color this should be. But yeah. I will probably eventually figure out how to do that. But if I go to my color compositions over here, my original plan was kind of like for this to be a bit on fire, I think. And I think I'm going to like, do I have a blood brush that I can use? It appears I don't really have one. So... I think I'm just gonna... Wait, what? What? Oh, right. It's because of all the rendering stuff I did. But... so... I'm gonna remove this from light. And... me go do something real quick. Asset store. Assets. Let me please go to assets. Blood. Filter brush. Also, hello, Edis. I think I'm actually gonna put this above all of this. And I'm gonna change it to white. Actually, no, I'm gonna change this to bright red. So might need to go like gather some kind of reference on how to like draw blood. Which I'm actually gonna do real quick. Just give me a moment. Art. So okay. So I'm probably going to have this red blood. Also, I just realized that was not there where it's meant to be. But I think I'm going to So if I kind of like start here, I can probably like start with this. And then I can kind of just start going down. And I am going to eventually switch out the colors. It's just that right now Actually, this is a pretty good blood color. Like a way to, like, a good brush to kind of draw blood. You know, this here. So, now this brown sugar brush. It adds that nice texture. I'm just going to kind of do like a bit of a chicken scratch for this. And then do all that. But I wonder if I should have it like that. Wait, no. Or maybe? Let's just turn off the background stuff. But, yeah. And actually, hold on. I'm gonna start off with all the blood drips. So I'm just gonna add like these shapes. Yeah. Yeah. So now I just need to change the color. And I'm going to start off with just a white. And that. can multiply. And squiggles. Probably not the best, but eh. And eh. That looks half decent, and I think at least I hope so. And I'm gonna do a little bit of a splatter here. And I think I'll have this like down here. And there we go. So, in review. This is the current progress. I'm starting to think that I made the blood here too red. So I'm gonna do that. I think that looks good. And this is currently what it looks like. The whole shebang. I think I'm gonna move that to there. And eventually I will change the color of this to a better color. But yeah. Let's just do something. And I'm just doing this so it has some extra detail. Actually, no. New layer. Start from the top. And there we go. I thought my door opened. And for a moment there. Anyway. I think this reflected the light doesn't look that good. So I'm going to remove it. But yeah. So this is the progress on that. I think it looks really good. Definitely one of my best works so far. But yeah. As are starting in a few minutes, so I'm probably going to for a little bit, let ads roll, and then do some more drawing and end stream. But yeah. There's still some stuff I kind of want to do. Like maybe I should add a shadow over here. So let's add some over here. And then do this blur. Multiply. I think that looks kind of better. I'll probably go to one of the communities I'm kind of part of and ask for their opinion. And after I end my stream, in the next half hour. At first, there's going to be some ads. So I'm probably gonna let the ads roll. And I'm probably going to add some more details. Go down here. Then, once ads end, I'll be back. And then we can figure out what in the world to do. But anyway, ads have started, so I'm just gonna do whatever. until at end. Yeah, big ol' whatever. But yeah. But yeah. Also, once we return from the ad jail, I will continue to work on stuff. But of course, ads have to end first. For me to kind of do that. But yeah. Once ads end, I'll return to my somewhat usual shenanigans, I think. Yeah, my usual shenanigans. Yeah. And ads are ending about now. So I think I'm going to add extra shading here as well. And use blur. The tool of blur. But yeah. I'm going to save. And now, what do I do next? I wonder. What do I do indeed? A woo. I'm not really sure. On what I should do now. I think I'm going to just type down some text down here. So... I'm just going to write a little drabble thingy. And but yeah. So I think next week is probably going to be the Oops All Writing stream week. Cause I said so. And yeah, I'm just gonna have that written down. Eventually I'll like add a little more to this. But this is mostly just for me. Like it's, you know, a visual aspect of, you know, some of the world building I've done for the book. And potentially game. But yeah. Eventually I need to figure out the Kristra anatomy. Which is going to be somewhat different. And there's also, you know, the East versus West Kristra. But I probably need to figure out, like, find historical references of, you know, dragons in, like, European literature. And, like, illuminations. so that I can, figure out how to design them. But yeah. So yeah. I think I'm going to delete that, because I don't really need the 3D reference anymore. But yeah. I'll figure out stuff eventually. But at least we have the back reference for Fennel now. And for Osmi's crystal form. Now I probably need to figure out more stuff for Patchouli's ref sheet. But yeah. So we've also done this. But yeah. I think I'm actually going to try and add a little more detail to this before I end stream fully. So I'm probably going to spend like a few minutes on this. And then add glow. And I'm just going to add like thin line. And like some lumps. And then those will be blurred. Out. Because it's just, rendering. And I think I'm also gonna do the more hair highlights over here. But yeah. And we just do that. And I'm gonna do some of this as well. But yeah. I might do a little bit of shadow over here. Like, just so that it's sort of even. also do second layer of shading. Now it's going to be a bit more like that. But yeah. I'm gonna have that at 60%. Maybe I'll eventually change it to a different color. Like one that kind of closer aligns to this. But yeah, I'm really proud of how I've done this so far. But yeah. Eventually, I'm going to need to finish this off. Which means I probably need to go order that, like, typeface from that type foundry so that I can add it to the cover. You know? But other than that, I think this is probably going to be it for me today. So tomorrow is going to be Date Everything. There's going to be no stream on Wednesday. Art on Thursday, where I kind of like try and flesh out some of the portrait concepts. Or at least figure out how I'm probably going to do the, you know, portraits for the game. But then we'll end the week off with Date Everything. And, essentially, next week is probably going to be comprised of me, like, writing chapter 8, because I don't think I finished it writing that. And then I'll start with outlining the chapters for the third arc, Lilium Candidum, so that when I return in December and, you know, do all the stuff I need to do in order to transfer to my university, if I pass all my classes. I hope I pass all my classes, that is. But once all that's done, I can probably, like, you know, work more on the story. And while I would try to like grind through writing all of the story, like try and write 100 or so words a day, hey, during my semester. In reality, I don't think I'll be able to do that. And the reason why is just because I'm taking 5 classes. To be fair, one of them's a support class for the other class, like for my math class, but that's still another class. So I definitely need to figure out how I'm going to balance possibly like doing all of my class stuff. Like, I probably also need to work on figuring out how to do all of my alarms for all of my classes, since my in-person class is both of my in-person classes, like it's a regular class and a lab. I have to do those in person. So once I probably need to figure out what time I will like get up, get something to eat, and get ready to leave for class. But yeah. So I wonder if I should raid someone. Spectre's doing tomorrow. Oh, he's on a lunch break. So I'm going to end the stream now. I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow on Tuesday, and I will not be here on Wednesday, but I'll be here for Thursday and Friday. I'll figure out my schedule for next week as well, since I can just do that, you know, beforehand. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all!